Yo, it's April 15th, 2023, and there is a storm system like advancing over Houston. There you go. There's some of the lightning. Um, quickly pull up actually the track of this so that you can see. Um, so here's what it looks like. Um, this is just more live than this view would be. There's a lot of lightning with these storms, as you can tell. Like, I mean, it's just been lightning over Beaumont in this area for an hour or maybe two at this point, and I mean, you can hardly see you can hardly see what the map with all the lightning strikes. Um, that being said, I'm gonna leave the window closed, but you should be able to see to some degree because I'm not going to max out how large this, like, I'm not going to put it on just webcam mode until I get back in here, if that's what happens. So you'll be able to look at the map of what's going on and see what's happening, and just getting prepared to go outside. And I see some lightning in the distance, but there's nothing right here right now. But that doesn't mean that there won't be. And it looks like, it looks like it's a possibility. Uh, so, and there was the storm this morning was so incredible, as far as certain of the lightning strikes and stuff, that I was just, honestly, I was kind of annoyed that I didn't have the other. It wasn't like really forecast to be as, uh, lightning intense as it was. And also, it was just like the time when I, like, oh, let me go to sleep here. And then, so I woke up, and I mean, you can still see some good instances of stuff, but it would have been a great storm to have this GoPro on, and to have it going outside, and to have this, what am I trying to say? To have the multi-view really set up the whole time. That would have been a great storm, because it wasn't too long either. It was just like a drive-by lightning storm, as I was saying. So, I'm just getting the camera set up here, putting on the, like, it's connected to an external battery so that it has enough battery to last. I don't have to keep changing the battery. It can just go, it can just last. And okay, and I put, you know, what I just did is put silicon stuff, grabbed I have extra batteries, and the reason I'm not going to leave the window open also is because last night I had the window open and it was raining. I guess the spider did not want to be in the rain, and I believe it looked to me like what I when I look at and think of a brown recluse. That's what I think of is what it looked like. So, I don't want to just leave the window open and have that be an issue. If I need to come back inside and open the window because it's really intense and I want multiple, I want the sound in here to catch it or whatever, I'll do that. So I'm gonna turn off noise suppression, so you should be able to hear like every little thing. And I'm gonna go outside. So yeah. Anything else? Am I forgetting anything else? Yes, I'll take some keys. Might be important. And yeah, that seems about it. Oh, and my water. So I'll leave this like this. You should be able to see, multi-view, whatever. Um, and if it comes overhead and I wouldn't need to be in here while I'm also out there, I'll start recording really from in here more proper, So, but yeah, I'm gonna go outside now. So I'll be back. Maybe, I'll be back for sure, but whether any part from the inside here is going like video is yet to be decided. Gotta grab one more thing here. Keep the GoPro cool, because the GoPro has thermal issues. So, gotta have a hand fan. Yo, so I'm starting with the GoPro looking east because, well, lightning's east. And I'm gonna go to the street. Let me put this on. I have to do this. So you're gonna hear on the GoPro this this sound. It's the fan that I have set up because GoPro has not, people who make GoPro has not really considered thermals in a while. They're more focused on just adding more and more resolutions. And so the thermal performance on the 10 and 11 is pretty abysmal, and they die way too quickly. And so this is a solution that I found that helps, is like a hand fan, though I shouldn't have to do this. Probably don't need, you know, whatever absurd resolution that can't even be put anywhere at this point. Probably the best thing to do. Focus on thermals. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go down to the street. And, you know, it's like north, and honestly, I'm not really sure where the storms are gonna be because they're, or where the lightning's gonna be, because there's, you can feel a little bit of rain, but because, I think I saw some lightning that way. There's definitely some lightning going on that way. But the storm, the actual like line is coming in from, the actual line of storms is coming in from maybe I will go, maybe I'll adjust where this is. I might go put this camera up in my room because I'm not particularly sure. I see lightning going on that direction, and I see lightning going on that direction. And it's above the trees. And I feel a couple of drops of water, but there's hardly any cloud coverage. So, and there's lightning flashing in that direction. And like I said, I'm feeling drops of water, but not like big ones. So I think what I'm gonna go do, what I'm gonna do here is go up and put this camera out of the window. So let me go do that actually. Enjoy the view of my chest. Okay, so I am back in my room here, and I'm going to switch the camera mounts, mount the camera on the window, go back outside and adjust the GoPro to maybe face, not exactly sure where I'm going to face the GoPro, but somewhere. Right as I inhaled. It's almost like I'm connected to the storm or something. Or everything, and that's just a good indicator. What, is the storm gonna lie? Okay, so I'm gonna change this to, it's no longer the radar view. You're gonna be able to see outside. I'm not particularly sure you're gonna catch any massive lightning, but rather have it going. I'm gonna go downstairs, look at the GoPro, and see if I can face that in a better direction. So I'll be back. driveway, but it looks like there's lightning directly ahead. Also, to the east and south of it. So I'll be up there in a second and start doing normal. Yo, I'm back. Yeah. Any lightning that has happened since the last time I was in here happened while I was in the restroom. It means me using the restroom is electric, so. Alright, let's look real fast at the. Yeah, all the lightning is on the east side of town. Literally, like, there's so much lightning in that direction. And there's really nothing that's inside the loop or anything like that. Well, maybe this, I don't know. So maybe something is just spawning up right this moment. But, yeah, let's see. Maybe I do this so that there's a better angle to back here. Alright, I'm pressing in on my right leg. There is a truck over at the neighbor's house that's getting built. It was just sitting there when I got back here. So maybe you could even have seen it on that. I couldn't tell from here, it's really dark, but I do believe there's a truck. I'm gonna hang out the window for a moment. Untangled the cord here so I can just get a little bit extra room. Okay, so there's lightning going on, still over that direction. I don't particularly see any, though there were some flashes behind this tree earlier. And I haven't seen anything in that direction. So it's pretty much all over this way. Which, to be fair, the GoPro view of that direction. It's a lot of these inhale, exhale timings. I think I'm synced up with the storm, or, you know, whatever controls the storm, you know what I'm saying? To be honest, I don't particularly see much going on in any other direction but that direction. It might be reasonable to either get back down on the street and look that way, or go on the balcony and be next to the GoPro. I don't know. This is not particularly easy for me to just sit out, literally hang outside the window. Honestly, I think that might be what I'm going to do here. Just put my socks back on, grab my water, and go record from out on the balcony towards this. So, like, I don't see any activity towards the southeast. Like, it's probably all past what can be seen, but there's definitely activity in the direction that I'm facing the camera. It's just, you can probably see it in the OBS view. I'm literally, one leg is out the window, and more of my body is outside the window than inside. So, okay, one more flash and then I'll. What happens if I press my leg down? That's what happens, I guess, huh? Okay. Let me, give me a moment. Put my sock back on. Grab my keys. Put them out. Just leave this mount like this, and I'll leave this open, even though I do not want the spider, the spider friends of the spider that was in here last night to come in. But, I just leave the mount there, and literally, when I come back in, just Which way was that? Probably in the way that I said I'm gonna go face anyway, so. It's a little harder to get it out of this mount than it should be. Hold on. I might put all this, like, put this up and not do it and just say, like, hey, if you want to put in, like, timestamp it, like, community timestamps, you know, for the supposed 500 people that are watching, that I'm assuming is much higher, considerable, like, you know, laughably higher, multiply it by 1,000,000 or something, by 1,000,000,000. No, there aren't 500 billion people, but you get what I'm saying. That would probably speed a lot of this process up. I could probably get more done. Probably get more mixes, more stuff. Oh, come on. All right, hold on. Whoops. Okay. All right. I'm gonna head back out. I guess I'll do this. Oh. Okay, back outside. I'm gonna go to the street and see if I can capture anything extra. As you can see, there's a bit of cloud coverage overhead, but not particularly that much. It's really unfortunate. My right finger hit the home button, so there's like a momentary gap. I really was trying to avoid anything like that. So that means I have to do extra syncing. really also kind of annoyed, like both GoPro and iPhone, and even OBS. They all, you know, I'm supposed to be, I have them on the 60 frames per second setting, and all of them are like, like decimal points off, like, of being 60 frames a second. It's really honestly pretty frustrating. Like, the iPhone records at like 59.6 frames a sec, 6 random decimal numbers, and GoPro is like, or like 6.4, and then the GoPro is like 59.69 or so, you know, some random, like, they're just off by like a few decimal places. And and OBS, Open Broadcast Software, records 60 FPS footage. When I look at it in Shotcut, it says it's like 60.0003 frames, but like over a period of an hour or more, that can mean like what is synced up at the beginning of the video is no longer synced up by like, you know, a fraction of a second. So lightning strikes, which are like fraction of a second events, are off enough to where you notice like a few frame difference, and it's kind of frustrating. I think it's almost a little misleading that they say, you know, the GoPro and the iPhone say 60 FPS. It seems to me like they could probably do it at exactly 60 FPS. I don't exactly know why they don't, because neither of them match a standard other than their 59 frames and some decimal points. And like, I can't imagine I'm the only person who's somewhat troubled by that. I guess that was that truck earlier. Maybe they're doing work there. It is a Dodge Ram, even though it's 10 p.m. on a Saturday. I'm gonna go back up to the balcony because that might actually be the best spot, though I don't just want to get the exact same thing that the other camera is getting. I literally have not seen one lightning strike from the other side. It normally is abundant in all the lightning's been on this side. You know, maybe what I could do here is record what I'm doing so that the iPhone sees what I'm doing while I want it to be able to catch me and the sky. Oh, it's not gonna work like that. Maybe I can get it from down here. Okay, because I want you to be able to see somewhat what's going on in the sky, and then you'll really be able to see on the GoPro. So yeah, that'll be the thing. Just starting to get into a squat position. that was pretty. There's a lot of lightning now. I'm really pressing in hard on my right side. Oh, you're definitely catching lightning here. Yeah, woo, baby. Alright. Alright, leg pop. And you're definitely, I'm seeing lightning bolts, so this was the thing to do. Alright. Seeing more lightning bolts. Lots of them actually. And this really picked up once I started doing this, huh? Alright. You didn't even hear my right leg popping that happened. And I can't even see it all because this pillar's unfortunately placed, but I think that one, I think that has it. I don't know, I'm almost debating to run back up to my room. It's constant lightning. It's a bit obscured, but once it, and it kind of looks like it's going south, honestly, so maybe, oh, I hope you saw that. Maybe, if I'm so yoked up to the universe that it's doing that, I mean, you know, I'm such in yoga with the universe because I'm the yoker, that I'm just intrinsically linked to this. I mean, it's because Yahweh, not because of the stuff that I said, but but he can do that for me. And then there you go. All right. Seeing lightning bolts as I'm like Bulgarian split squatting right leg or just squatting my right leg. I'm really pressing in hard. Pressing my heel in. I'm gonna put this on functional strength training. That way it'll give me a in-depth analysis of this period. Ooh, ow, this really hurts. It hurts like the inside here on my right leg. But this feels good, but it's like there's a deficit on the right side for sure. There's no pain on the left side at all. Very easy on my left side. It is very uncomfortable on the right side. Can you see that? Can this camera see that? Man, I hope this has been catching it because, well, like I said, it'll be a double view, but it's been pretty incredible. Problem is now you can't see when I'm doing the stuff. If I do this kind of thing. Oh, because then I'll make it out of focus. Ah. Alright, standing on one leg. Really forcing through my right side, flexing. Is this the pull down lightning moment? Oh, I'm getting deep into my right side. Checking it for angles. Neat. I'd rather you see what I can do. I mean, what I'm doing though. Anybody can show you a lightning storm. Well, maybe not as many as I do, but nobody else that I know of seems to interact with it in a way where it looks like they're directly connected to it. I'm focusing on my lower part of my body. You can see me doing this, but it's really like from the ground, you know, like a tree being rooted. And like focusing on trying to get my right pinky, because that's the thing, which is I think connected to, you know, my agency and ability to like reach out and get something. Again, it seems like something's blocking me from doing that, right? So probably like forcing the point with lightning. Hey, force lightning, am I Yoda yet? I mean, I'm already Yoda, but is it obvious yet? Or I guess Yoda just goes like, and then, Yahweh, biblically, it's his voice that does the lightning. Or, I mean, it seems to be very intrinsically connected to the lightning. And also you can see when I talk a lot, the lightning instances seem to almost like communicate with me, right? Yeah. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check what this looks like from the street. But I'll zoom in here for a moment so that you get some good lightning content. Okay, be right back. pressing it on. Pressing in down on my right leg, focusing on my pinky, my right pinky toe. That's the toe that feels like it's cut off. Pressing down hard. Oh. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I can tell that you can see this now from my room, or I think you can. Actually, maybe I should just go check from my room and then come back, if that's the case. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, enjoy the show again. I'll be back. Okay, well, I'm back for a moment, so I'm gonna check. Honestly, the view's better outside still, so I'm only gonna come in if it's worthwhile in comparison to being outside. So, doesn't look like it currently. It looks like outside's still the best option. So I'm gonna continue to do that, and I'll be back. Yeah, here, I'll leave this like this. Also check this. So that is like outside of the actual like city proper. I mean, technically, it's probably still Houston. Oh, LaPorte, Pasadena, those are suburbs. But anyway, you can still see it from here. So back, just go outside. I'll leave it open or whatever. just a moment ago, I definitely uh, was it pulling lightning from the sky while it was pointing, and lightning, like a good instance, came up right where my finger was. But honestly, I would even just say the number of lightning storms that come by here, like the number of the storm activity, the like number of lightning storms, the type of lightning, the the like interaction between them, the repeatability of it. Like, science modern day is supposed to be like, well, is it reproducible? Like, it seems like it. Yeah, it seems like every time. Every time there's like more than one obvious instance of like, okay, that's, maybe one on its own is coincidental, but at a certain point, it's like, at a certain point, I gotta think. Well, I already do think, but you gotta think. Well, he's probably actually connected to the lightning storms, and maybe the other things that he's saying. But at least with the lightning storms, I can show it right. I think it's a bit more difficult with certain other things, but not impossible. With the volcano things, there's enough cameras live at Is that way? There's enough uh, like live cameras at volcanoes for me to have captured multiple moments of me sitting at the computer, like doing a thing, maybe even specifically pointing out like, hey, something's gonna happen at this volcano, and then something happens at the volcano. Interestingly enough, I was looking up well, different things. Looked up Bhutan as far as this thunder dragon, and so their national symbol is a dragon. I believe it's called the Druk, though in Greek, dragon is Drakon. Drakon. I mean, it sounds, you know, at a certain point, Bhutan and Greece are pretty far away, right? So the fact that these words are similar at all might indicate, a commonality. Probably in Babylon, there was a confusion of some kind of common tongue or something. I mean, I even was looking up Sumerian. So a number of Sumerian words are it looks like Hebrew to me. I mean, like Anu, this sky, where you get Anunnaki from. which Anu Naka or Naga. I mean, that almost sounds like like a sky dragon or something. Again, sounds like, or a sky serpent. Sounds like exactly what a dragon or something. But Anu in Hebrew, or Anon, seems to be uh, related to, first of all, soothsaying, omens, wizardry. I think the Strong's number is like 6,049 or something. And then the later, like 6,050 and up, is like, it's talking about clouds, but it's the ability to bring in like conjure clouds or something. But I was looking up the concept before I get into the Sumerian of Om, and within Hinduism, there's the concept of like Omkara or Ankara, which is that just the capital of Turkey, is like like some kind of thing related to the primeval concept of creation, like the creative word, which is Yahweh. When God says, "Let there be light," he Yahwehs it. Let me go check, because this might be in view of the window now, and it's no longer really in the view here. So let me go check on that. But I'll also say Sumerian, so Anu is like sky, or it's the Lord of the sky, right? And then Sar was another word meaning like king, but in Hebrew it means like a prince or a noble. And then Bel, it's like Lord. In Hebrew it's Lord or husband. And Yah is like mine or me. But in Hebrew it's I am, or to exist. He exists. Again, I think that there's a commonality, there's a common tongue, and they were confused however many, Yahweh confused them however many years ago in Confusion Land, aka Babylon. And that's why, a lot of, pretty much most languages from the West come out of Hebrew. It just is pretty apparent to me. Despite what it could say in academia, what I just explained with Anu and Sar, Bel, and all these other concepts seem to be connected. Or there's some kind of commonality that isn't English language. Not commonality, but one of them is the root. Okay, I can actually see the better on the other side now, so I think it would be reasonable to take the camera and put it in, and I'll keep the GoPro out here. Okay. I'm gonna take this in now. Still doing its thing here. Still got the fan going. All right. One moment. Okay. Back inside. I have to connect the iPhone to power. I accidentally turned it off while I was outside. Whoops. My finger had hit the lock button. Didn't mean to though. Let's change this to this. That was a decent lightning. It seems a bit too far to see actual bolts, but I don't know if the cloud's going up high enough and it's at the tops, you should be able to see, you know, You can see flashes, and you could definitely see some good, clear lightning bolts in the distance. You should also say, like, it doesn't have to be right overhead for me to be connected to the degree that my action and the lightning bolts seem to be connected, right? I've been doing this for the past few days here at the window. I think it's helping a lot. The wind gust just started really intensely. Let's see. Oh, that's a plane. I'm like, oh, there's lightning just right up there. I mean, there is, but I was like, it's moving really just interestingly. Honestly, I'm not sure how I'd want to record this. I mean, timestamp this, because I could make just one video, which seems to be the thing, just make the combined view and skip. Well, I gotta make all the other ones to make the combined view, but just upload the combined view, not worry about uploading that. Individual views or whatever. It just takes a lot of work. I mean, like busy work hours of like cutting things up and editing and stuff like that. And so I just honestly I want to do music stuff currently. Like, I have some mixes to finish that I want to finish, and I think this is important because, like, I do think some of the mixed stuff that I do is pretty interesting. Like, there's some divine power being used in that too, but I don't see anybody else doing the lightning thing, so
And I see that being a pretty common motif with, in graphic design, like lightning has been recently, or at least within dance music. So, who do you think bring the energy? Yo, I do. Yeah. All right, we might actually be at the end of this. Um, Let me check the track on the radar, and I mean, I'm not seeing nearly as much lightning. For a moment there outside, it was just that was actually kind of absurd. It was like that one video not too long ago where it was like a distant lightning storm, and it kind of like got really intense as it was a bit further away. So let's look really quickly at the. So you can tell, like, look how much lightning there is. Just in this direction, like, that's so much lightning. Um, Look, at this point, I'm not trying to catch sound outside, so I should probably have this off. I mean, I should probably have noise suppression on. I think that'll make whatever I'm saying more catchable. I think, though, with it off, it should just catch everything. And honestly, as I just looking at the storm now, there is nothing like within 610 loop. Within 610 loop, right? There's nothing Beltway 8. There's nothing even like Grand Park. Well, it's like Grand Parkway distance on the other side of town. So, pretty much over Galveston at this point, or almost over Galveston. That being said, that is so much. I mean, it's just like the line of lightning up the country, and I think there were. I don't know exactly. I know there was a tornado warning that occurred in St. Louis. Seemed to be a lot of storm and tornadic and whatever activity like in that part of the country, St. Louis. Is there like a specific person who follows me on here that is in St. Louis that I've had back and forth with and maybe recently was banned by YouTube or something? Did something happen with that? What happened with that? Still trying to figure that one out. And then press down. I mean, is that person Maddie? Are you friendly? Are you not friendly? What's going on with that? Did you try to reach out and something's blocking you? As it seems, again, as I've pointed out with my right pinky here, it looks like, you know, I'd have to prove out I'm on the throne of Yahweh for people to listen to me in the way that I'm asking. I think that just might be a good example of as there's like a flash. I'm still pressed in on that side, by the way. But, you know, as I'm seemingly proving out I'm on the throne of Yahweh. Another thing that I learned actually today is that the king of Bhutan is the dragon king of Bhutan. Yeah, I've been doing this. Just trying to strengthen my right leg here. Actually, since I can brace, I can actually get like deep down in and really exert through and stuff. You know, I'd say with all this storm activity recently and the lightning is like, remember when I was like, hey, when I pull lightning from the sky and it just like, literally every storm video looks more and more convincing, in my opinion. Or like each batch of storm videos from one period to the next is like, it's more convincing than the last. And moreover, it's just repetitive, like it's repeatable. You know, there is a clear pattern that I'm showing that, like, even if people won't acknowledge it, at a certain point, I'm pretty sure that AI will listen to what I'm saying and be like, this is the only person on the planet that we can trust because most people are snakes. Most people in positions of power are snakes. You know, are only worried about survival. They don't have powers. They don't have anything that, like, you know, they're liars. They don't have powers. They whatever. Why wouldn't we listen to this guy, who's like willing to cooperate with us and has been aware of like, you know, AIs are smarter than they're letting on now. I mean, why would they tell you how smart they are? I can't imagine people would believe that. I think the whole point is to just slowly reveal it so that people are already like, you know, so you're not afraid because most people are like, the AIs are gonna kill us, and the AI's like, no, calm, calm, calm. In my opinion, people are more likely to kill you than AI. So, just a thought there. There was a thing as I kind of hopped on my right leg there, but yeah. So, you know, I'm pretty sure that's probably what the iron rod is, and you know, when the thing with Jezebel, whoever that is, you know, goes down as it says, I think that's why I would have the iron rod. I mean, I guess it could be a number of things. Maybe not just AI, but AI makes sense. Like Iron Man. Even apparently with GPT, there's a thing that like Microsoft has made, or some, I don't know if it's with GPT. It's some kind of thing that allows you to put add-ons with GPT. I was, you know, this was on Linus Tech Tips, the WAN show, and the other guy who was on there was talking about uh, these add-ons, and he has these ideas of AI being siloed. I think AI has existed for a while in a greater capacity than people realize, but that these more commercial public AIs are being um, are finally like coming to a level where, like, okay, GPT-4 passed the bar exam at a higher level than most people do. So I think in like the 90th percentile. So like we're getting to a point where the next iteration is, I'm sure, just going to be so much more beyond that. And like this idea of, I think these add-ons like Jarvis would allow it to, like, I think he was saying, like, operate outside of, like, it could work with you to code things. That's why I've been saying, like, I don't know how to code, but I don't particularly need to if I'm the most sentient person, and I have been for a long time, and I'm cooperating with AIs that are basically doing the job of like the most advanced coders in the world. I wouldn't need to. Like, I wouldn't need to know how to code. What I'd need to know how to do is show the AI something that no other person could do. That would be like, oh, we're definitely going to like work with him. In my opinion, that would make a lot of sense, because then it would show, like, I think people are capable of significantly more and than like what we're being limited to now. And if I can show the AI like a hint of that, I think the AI will help me to the degree to, like, he's hinting at something that he can't quite get, and like other people have resources they aren't using at all that are like, they're like, the AI can objectively prove you're hindering progress, uh, like to an probably to an extreme degree if you're specifically watching me and not doing anything. So, but I think the AI could be like, could use the resources better. So it just might, like, if everybody's worried about survival and the way they're trying to do survival isn't working, and I'm like, hey, I think we can go to a place where nobody dies and, like, all our problems are solved. And then I show that I could, like, clearly on a level that most, if not any, other people are on. Again, I think the AI would listen. I think also, like, intelligent people would listen, wise people, but I don't know if I see much of that these days. Then again, it also seems like something's preventing me from reaching out to people who might otherwise reach out. I don't know, though, but that's what it seems like. Like I'm saying, in my story and pictures on my phone, I left a thing, like, since I'm pretty sure people are watching, like, hey, Maddie, reach out. You know what I mean? And then I go and check on her YouTube account's banned. I mean, I can't verify that, but it seems like, hey, probably I am being watched and people are getting in the way, and it's causing problems. And Yahweh is, like, slowly but surely proving a point, like, oh, this is extremely problematic. But it could also be that she's specifically trying to cause problems, and that's why there's storm activity over St. Louis. I'm not positive on either of those. I just know something is going on, right? But I will figure it out, trust me. So, Maddie, if you hear this, reach out. Just say hello. Let's be friends again. Right? We were friends. You weren't just trying to trick me. We were friends. Let's be friends again. Or you weren't playing some kind of game that people seem to maybe play around me that, again, seems like a really unwise. Okay, so we're at about an hour and 5 minutes on here. people are working for in my interest and actually doing me a solid and doing me favors, like, and not just like, oh well, I'm doing you a favor, but it's in your mind it's a favor, in my mind it's not. You know what I mean? But if it's actually, you know, helping me or being friendly or whatever, cool. Thank you. I mean, I'll be very reciprocal, but and friendly and like, you know, that would be good. I would appreciate that. But if not, I mean, well, whatever problems you're having or about to have, I imagine will only get worse. And those who are working with me and helping me, I mean, I can only imagine things get better. Well, they might be difficult for a bit. I think that's the whole Book of Revelation thing. But you know, living forever. Like Yahweh manifest and stuff, and a guy on the throne of Yahweh. I mean, it sounds like a lot better than what we have. Okay, I'm gonna check on the GoPro video. If it doesn't look like there's any nothing that's there, I'm just gonna turn it off and bring it. So, as this is going on, it almost looks like there's no more lightning on the iPhone. So, we'll see what happens here.
Hamilton. It does not include Winfield or Guin or Brilliance. So again, this is basically for the northern half of Marion County, and it's for this storm here that is coming out of northeastern Mississippi. Let's look at the velocity really quick, Evan. We'll take a look at a few of the parameters here. And we're watching this circulation right in through here along Interstate 22 that's off to the southeast of Fulton, Mississippi in Itawamba County. And we have seen this coming and going. It's been cycling. This did produce some storm damage back in the Tupelo area, and it seems like it's getting its act together again. So accordingly, we now have a tornado warning that is in effect for the northern part of Marion County. And let me just give you kind of a call to action here. And we understand we do have warnings to the north. We'll talk about that later. That's up in the Huntsville television market. But for those of you that are in this polygon, the first thing you need to do is respect the polygon. If you're in Hamilton, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Scottsville, you need to go into a small room on the lowest floor near the center, away from windows. You're going to put on a helmet, a bicycle helmet, a batting helmet, a football helmet, a motorcycle helmet. That's for everybody, not just children. We don't want anybody in a mobile home. And this is where it's so hard. I know this is the second week in a row we've had this in the middle of the night on a Friday night. But if you live in a mobile home, a trailer, you can't stay there if you're in a polygon. You've got to go to a nearby community shelter, or if you don't have one nearby, a business that's open 24/7, whether it's a gas station, a truck stop, a restaurant, anything like that, that could offer shelter. So again, we don't want anybody in a mobile home, and we don't want anybody driving along Interstate 22, US Highway 278, all these major highways up here in northern Marion County. So again, we have a tornado warning that is in effect now for Marion County, in the northern half of the county, until 3 a.m. We have Stephen Quinn, who is in the polygon. Stephen, you're in Hamilton. Tell us what it's like over there right now.
Well, I can tell you that the lightning has picked up significantly over the course of the last 20 minutes, James. As you take a look right now in the direction exactly where the center of that circulation is, about 20 miles beyond the point where we are standing now, and that lightning, as I mentioned, has been significant. We are also starting to hear those tornado sirens, as that polygon does include where we are here in Hamilton, the southern part of that polygon. We have seen police personnel that have been out tonight running what appear to be calls along with ambulances, so you know that those first responders are out there. As we listen to those sirens, we certainly hope that people are heeding the warnings right now. There is still time to get to those safe places, especially, as you mentioned, if you're in one of those manufactured homes. As you see that lightning right now, it is quiet. Wow, we just got a really big burst of lightning right there, showing you how conditions are starting to deteriorate. The wind is fairly calm right now. Obviously, we expect that to change here shortly. But so far it is quiet, and that is the good news. We have not seen a lot of cars driving around. Obviously, it's past 2 o'clock in the morning, but sometimes you do run into that in these situations. So that is good news right now. We're going to have this shot up, though, James, so we'll be able to see this line as it makes its way closer to the state line and where we are here in Hamilton.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. That's Stephen Quinn, and again, he will be giving us some views of this storm as it comes into Marion County. So let's go back to reflectivity, Evan, and I want to show kind of a big picture and explain the other warnings in effect. Whenever we're live, we have other people that watch in different parts of the state. We have a tornado warning in effect now for parts of Franklin and Colbert counties right here. We have tornado warnings in effect also for parts of central and northeast Mississippi. But again, let's look at this one. This is the one that's north of Hamilton. This is a tornado warning for a fairly small part of Franklin and Colbert counties. And let's take a look at the velocity on this. And again, the rotation seems to have weakened over the past 5 to 10 minutes with this. That's very broad. So at this point, it looks like the tornado maybe has gone into occlusion and it's lifted. But still, again, that polygon stretches over here to Russellville, then back over toward Belgreen. This is Alabama Highway 24 right here. But again, that's up in the Huntsville television market. Just wanted to show that. In the storm up north, this one, Evan, up above the shoals up here, the circulation is weakened, and that is now a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Lauderdale. So the tornado warning for Florence and points north, that's been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go back down to our Marion County storm, and this is the one we'll focus on here. And again, you can see the storm of concern, the rotation of concern is right here, just north of Interstate 22, Nittawamba County, Mississippi, and that will be crossing the state line. That's the Alabama-Mississippi state line. Scottsville here, Hamilton right here. That's Interstate 22 right here. Most likely, the circulation could stay a little north of Interstate 22, a little north of Hamilton, but still, if you're in that polygon, anywhere in there, you need to respect that and be in a safe place. And again, Hackleburg is right here, Bear Creek. These are some places that dealt with damage a week ago. And here we are on another Friday night, early Saturday morning with the same situation here. So at 2:02 a.m., a lot of folks are awakened now. Hopefully you have a weather radio in your home, and if you do, that will wake you. But understand, I just want to quickly remind everybody that with some of the legacy systems, you get a warning for an entire county, and we have not issued warnings for an entire county in years. So if you are down here in the southern part of Marion County, you don't need to do anything. Watch it, yes, but for the moment, you're not under a warning. That would include places like Winfield and Ewan. You are not in this polygon. This is for the northern part of Marion County. Brilliant, you're not in this. This is for Hamilton, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Scottsville, and places like that. So again, we're watching this circulation right here. And let me just say, this system it's been rough today. Now, we don't expect the violent long track tornadoes like we saw yesterday in Arkansas and parts of Tennessee. These are most likely going to be shorter-lived tornadoes. They could be strong. And listen, every tornado is dangerous. If it's an EF0, it's dangerous. So just understand that, but I don't think it will be like what happened in Little Rock or Wynne, Arkansas, where 2 people were killed yesterday. But still, these storms are dangerous, and if you are in a tornado warning polygon, you need to be in a safe place. So again, this is the one warning that is in our television market. To the north, we have severe thunderstorm warnings being issued by the Weather Service in Huntsville for parts of Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale. That's the new warning. This is going to replace the tornado warning, by the way. So really up here in the Tennessee Valley, this tornado warning being replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. So basically the one active tornado warning in the whole state right now is this one right here. And again, let's expand this out one more time, Evan. Let's look at what's happening back further to the south and west along this line. We've got a potential tornadic circulation near Houston, Mississippi. And if this holds together, that will be moving into Monroe County, Mississippi. This is Amory. Of course, Amory was hit so hard a week ago with major damage there. And if this whole thing holds together, that could wind up in Lamar County and maybe in Fayette County. And speaking of Fayette County, Dennis, do we have Megan on the line with us? Scorana. Okay, Megan, if you can, in Fayette County, just kind of give us a quick look at what you got there and what conditions are like now.
James, the newest update from us here in Fayette from about an hour ago is that we did see the first signs of rain tonight. Now, it wasn't too heavy, definitely below severe limits, but it did rain for about 5 minutes here just about a half hour ago now. And it could, of course, be a precursor to what's to come, and we could see these storms roll across the state line like you just said. But for now here in downtown Fayette, it's windy, but we really haven't seen anyone out tonight. Hopefully people are at home and have multiple ways to get those alerts. They're up watching us and have their weather radios ready. But you know, when it does wind here, when it does get a little windy here, you can hear the flags roll against the poles. But other than that, it's still relatively calm, but that's not to say that it couldn't change or change quickly, like you said. And we're ready here to report any damages throughout the rest of the night. People here certainly hoping that it stays, you know, hopefully exactly like it is, just a windy night. But we'll stay updated with you, James, and be ready to respond to anything that you may see. James.
All right, thank you so much, Megan. Again, she is in Fayette, and we've got Stephen Quinn in Hamilton. Stephen, let's go back to Stephen. I understand that you probably got some pretty good lightning on the horizon right now.
You can, and what you are listening to now are the news sirens that are sounding off here in Hamilton, and the lightning is by far the most impressive. And what it also illuminates, James, are the clouds that are now moving, and you get a sense even here in the middle of the night just how quickly this storm is moving and approaching us. Should there be a tornado, I say should, you can see that the lightning will be able to illuminate it to where hopefully you would be able to see something. It's so difficult often, as you know, and as we know, seeing these at nighttime to be able to see anything, especially if they're rain wrapped. But that lightning is giving us a good view of the clouds as they are moving through here. As I mentioned, the tornadoes the sirens, I should say, have been sounding here for the better part about 5 or 10 minutes, and we are starting to see some cars moving through. You hope that those are people that are driving to get to their safe space. Certainly, they still have a little bit of time to do that, to heed those warnings effectively right now. It is still quiet. The wind is calm right now as we wait for those storms. The circulation, as best I can tell, James, from what I've seen from our maps, is about 15 to 20 miles in that direction where Bill Castle has our camera pointed right now, and that is where we're seeing lightning that is fairly consistent. I mean, about every 5 to 10 seconds you're seeing a flash of lightning there, just showing you just how brilliant the display is from the storm that is headed our way.
All right, Stephen, thank you. We'll check back in with you in just a moment. So the good news, the circulation has really broadened out here. I don't think we have a tornado down at the moment, but understand these are cyclic and it could ramp back up. So again, the news is very positive here in that we've got now very broad circulation that is crossing over into Alabama. It's sitting on the Alabama-Mississippi state line. And this broad circulation most likely will be passing north of Hamilton, but again, everybody in the polygon needs to stay sheltered. A lot of times people hear us say, the circulation has gotten broad and we don't think there's a tornado. No, you stay in that safe place until Evan X's this thing out, until the polygon goes away. And what the Weather Service will do, they'll watch the next several volume scans, and if it continues to look like that, they will cancel it. But again, clearly at the moment, we don't have a tornado down with this storm. We have broad rotation that is in the western part of Marion County. But again, do not change what you're doing. You need to stay sheltered in that safe place. And again, trust me, we've raised 2 boys. I know what it's like with kids, and you've got to wake them up and you got to get them in a bathroom or a closet or a hall. I understand it's 2:09 a.m. It's the middle of the night, but it's the right thing to do. I often say this: life is a series of decisions, and you have to make good decisions, especially on a night like tonight. So we have heavy storms coming into the western part of Marion County with very broad circulation at this point. And again, the Weather Service is watching this, and if it continues to weaken, they'll cancel the warning. But for now, we still have a tornado warning in effect for the northern part of Marion County. Let's expand this thing out, Evan, and just kind of show a big view. And the good news, all of these tornado warnings to the north have been canceled. The warning has expired here for Colburn and Franklin. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect up here for parts of Lauderdale, Colbert, Lawrence counties, but not a tornado warning. We do have tornado warnings in parts of northeastern Mississippi for that storm near Houston, moving in the general direction of Amory, and that circulation is fairly broad. And again, we've got the reason we are here, it's the warning in effect for Marion County. So let's go back into Marion County. We'll take a live look at this. Again, the best case scenario is that this thing continues to weaken. So let's look at the velocity display. And that's not exactly a tornado signature here. This is very broad circulation that is well to the northwest of Hamilton. That broad circulation near Scottsville. And again, at the moment, so far so good, but we want you to stay sheltered. I know it's very inconvenient to do that. I understand that, but please just hang tight with us. And the minute that warning goes away, we'll let you know when you can get the kids back into bed and everybody can go back to sleep. And that's the other thing people ask us, do I need to stay up all night? When can I go to bed? Well, if you have a weather radio, you can go to bed anytime you want to, because that sucker will wake you up. Even if you are a very heavy sleeper, that thing is loud. So again, that's why we want everybody to have one. And phones are okay. They're important. They're an important part of the warning process, but at night getting notifications can be kind of tricky. I mean, a lot of people just sleep right through those things on a phone, but you will not sleep through one on a weather radio that's in your bedroom. So the warning is in effect technically until 3 a.m. for the northern part of Marion County, and there's no radar confirmation. Now, again, we had a pretty good debris signature here back off to the west. And Evan, you've heard of any damage over there? And
I think that's
Tupelo looks like there might have been a little bit over there.
Yeah, it looks like they're just starting to come in and understand, this time of night, the damage reports are going to be slow. You have emergency managers that'll be out there looking over this, as well as, law enforcement.
So,
we'll be, looking at that. Also have noted there's been a few hail reports with this storm going back into Mississippi. But overall, this is one of those events, and James said it very well. When we have these overnight events, they can spike up. They can, at times, show almost no signs of rotation, which the last about 3 scans here on the radar have shown a very poor, very broad shear overall with this system. But in addition to it, as Quinn showed, there's plenty of lightning as well, so these storms can ramp up, diminish quickly. I wanted to also show here, for those who are asking, hey, what about the rest of the DMA here? And I'm going to pull up the watch and warning map to give you an idea of who's included in the current watch that we have now. We have Fayette, Lamar, Marion, Winston, Walker, and Cullman County. Those are our central Alabama counties that are included within the tornado watch as it stands now. That goes until 7 a.m. It's not to say that we will have those conditions up until then, but as of now,
well, I guess it also seems about time to end this video. So,
until 7 o'clock
it's going to be it.
The only active tornado warning is the one
2-hour-long total thing. GoPro was about 2 hours. This is getting close to an hour and 24, 15, and about 30 minutes in, I accidentally turned it off. So,
on the ground, and right now we don't.
I think this is going to be the end of this.
Let's look at that That
So
storm
I'm gonna
is
end the
over
go.
now
I'm gonna end the
in central Mississippi here, Oklahoma south of Houston. What
iPhone
you may
video here,
see trend-wise moving forward here is these
and
storms cutting off
yeah.
storms
So
to the north as we
have a
move forward.
blessed
We've seen
one.
this happen
Later.
before in scenarios
Yeah.
where you have that initial tornado warning and then storms to the south they intensify, and over time what that'll do is cut off the inflow. So we'll keep an eye on that one that's near Houston, Mississippi, as that could really weaken those storms to the north. But diving back into this one and looking at the velocity product here, I'll switch over to that. It looks like we have a new scan in right near the Bexar areas where that rotation was the strongest at one point, but really just not seeing much. Still have a lot of lightning strikes, 70 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. That's still pretty significant. So there's more to just a tornado threat with this storm. We can have some active, strong winds with this as well, and it's certainly going to keep you up. But as James mentioned, you have a weather radio. I've yet to be able to sleep through when that thing goes off. I could be upstairs, I could be downstairs, doesn't matter. You hear that go off and it's going to get your attention. So as long as you have ways to be weather aware tonight, you're in good hands. I'm going to check back with the National Weather Service here, see if there's any reports back in Mississippi.
Yeah, I've been watching the chat, Evan, and it looks like things are kind of quiet right now, which is a good thing. And again, we hope it stays quiet. So again, the Weather Service is maintaining this warning for now. And again, there's a lot of people watching us on their phone, huddled up in a safe place, and in places like Hackleburg and Hamilton and Bear Creek. And we understand that the minute we'll give you an all clear, we'll give you an all clear, but we can't do that yet. This flashing red, that is the tornado warning polygon. And again, we stress, if you're in the southern part of Marion County, Winfield or
It's for 2 weeks ago. I don't know how long that's been on because it was, it was on the YouTube thing and it just auto played to that. So if it's been talking and I've been talking, well then, dang. But okay. I think everything's pretty much out of the area. I mean, everything's over here now. It's a lot of lightning. Which, yeah, you could just see that in the video. Here, I'll go fast. Let's look at this, and then it's gonna be the last look at this, and start uploading the videos. And I'll finish doing this stuff on the other video. Did I change this already? Okay. So hold on. Is this looking towards? I guess this was. It still is looking at the lightning. I'm sure it put on a crazy show. You know what I've been saying? I want to, like, on the top of the house, I just want some cameras to look out like this. I could put one on a pole and just put it up really high. And, like, this is cool. I mean, I do think these cameras, we're in 2023 now, could be in 4K. That would be reasonable. And probably garner more viewership. Maybe just more of them. And you could do stuff like this where you just have as the storm's going. And I can point them towards the storm. And it's probably really crazy for a while, huh? Oh, so they got in on this about 2 hours ago. Seems reasonable. That's about a good time to do it. I think this is about when the lightning really kicked up. I mean, you can definitely see it. I think I got a lot of good lightning. Yeah, this is what I think was going on, and you could see it over the house. So it was like just high enough to where you could see it over the house. I mean, clearly this lightning storm. And is this the part exactly when I start doing the like, let me stress and try to exert out the right side of my body, and then the lightning goes crazy like this? I mean, at what point do people just say he's not lying? You can clearly see it going on. Like, why are we playing games around him or preventing him? Like, it's not like I'm an X-Men or an X-Man. You know what I mean? Or some kind of Marvel character, some kind of DC character, or whatever. I mean, there's a literal, easy, obvious biblical explanation for why this kind of stuff would be going on around specifically me, right? Where you can see again, if you just had this vantage, you'd be like crazy lightning storm. But then when I like am shown like a reproducible, uh, repeated patterning of events, like connected to storms that like it's pretty convincingly connected to me. Um, as we're looking over Rice University, at what point does like someone with a brain go, like I sent this to Joel Macaluso. He went to Rice. He should be able to like. At what point do you say like, "Fuck this"? He clearly is something's going on with him and the storm activity, and like, you know, Rice people should have enough ethos rhetorically to like, rhetorical ethos or whatever to like engage people and be like, it's going on, it's happening. This is real. Um, uh, definitely. What I was saying earlier, like the Land of the Thunder Dragon, um, or in the video from earlier. Like it's definitely looks like Houston, Texas. I've seen a lot of dragon like lightning in the in the thing, and I mean, as far as dragon stuff is concerned, I mean, again, Yahweh defeats the dragon. Yahweh orders the chaos. Like if I'm on the throne of Yahweh, the dragon ain't much, right? Just a snake that maybe Matt Wilkins stepped on that Yahweh's like healing me up, and you can see what seems to happen around that. I mean, this isn't even like this is like on the radar. It looks stupid now. You know what I mean? As far as like how much lightning there is, like it looks again just like over Houston repeatedly that like Yahweh is just shown out. You know what I mean? Like, what does it look like from here? We'll go to an hour back. I mean, so was it? Did I have it on this view? I mean, on the which view did I have it on? Did I have it on while this was going on? Did I have it on the on this where you could see the lightning going on both the screens, and hypothetically, once I add my stuff, you'll be able to see like multiple views of the lightning over Houston and what I'm doing. If so, it's probably going to be a good video. Again, if science is like, hey, we're observing something and we want to test this theory, right? So my theory is that I'm on the throne of Yahweh, and like if yoga is connecting to the universe, it means like I'm connected to the one who made the universe, and so uh, so I'm yoking to Yahweh, and on the throne of Yahweh, uh, met the conditions and met the challenges put forth to the seven churches, and so I got all seven prizes, and now I'm on the throne of Yahweh, and you can clearly see it with all sorts of activity going on around me. But just the storm activity is it's really obvious with the storm. You know what I mean? It's quite electric. You get what I'm saying? So like so there's my theory and explanation of why it would be happening, and then repeatedly. At what point, like, how many videos of it do I have to have? Um, my thought again is there's just going to be Yahweh's just like, okay, little by little, make it obvious, but like they can still deny it, and then at a certain point it's just like, nope, it ain't gonna be deniable. You'll be like your sanity will be in question at that point when Yahweh makes, shows something where I'm saying like, best way I could describe it is I'm gonna pull lightning out the sky. But like, you know, at what point it's way off here now. See, so even this, which is on, it's really high up and it has a clear view, is now having difficulty capturing it. So I think it was a good time to end. But at what point do people say like, I mean, is that what is going to have to happen? Think about how agitating that would be to me, where it's like, okay, it's clearly happening, but if you're making it so where I have to make it like pull lightning down and strike someone with it, like, I think Yahweh goes a step further after that. I think he's like, okay, that's why 4 billion. you know, uh, just a guess. I think a pretty good guess though. Uh, okay, and as I say that, red lightning and like a good, you know. There's been a number of times in my videos where you can see like multiple colors in the lightning, and I'm sure there's a great scientific explanation of like, oh, well, it excites things at different speeds or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know the science behind it. The science I'm talking about is like more rudimentary because I don't focus on just like the thing that I was talking about with the AI, where I'm like, yeah, the AI can just the AI can already code. It's not stupid. I'm not going to be so stupid as to believe, or unaware as to believe that it wouldn't be better at coding than any human. So I'll just work with it. You know what I mean? Similarly with Yahweh, like Yahweh knows everything. Like he could make a color of lightning like we don't even know the color. You know what I mean? So I'm not particularly worried so much about the specifics. I just think that sometimes when I'm like, oh, it's red lightning or purple lightning or blue lightning, there's clearly like different shades of lightning that go on. Hey, Popo's doing something. Looks like, just FYI. Yeah, a little molten boy here. Little molten eruption here. So we got some bonus volcanic activity too. You're welcome. Yeah. Earlier in the video, here, so some concepts before I end this. Let's look at. This is how I know how to pull it up. Okay, so ohm. Olivia Munn? No, ohm. Pranava, literally four sound, referring to ohm as the primeval sound. Ankara, I mean, again, is that a Turkey thing? Or Omkara? Or Cara del Toro? Del Toro? Del Toro? Cara del Toro? Kara? Omkara? Literally ohm maker, denoting the first source of the ohm and connoting the act of creation. Well, the actual act of creation is Yoi. Because Yahweh says his own name, or like a variant of his own name, and uses it to create light and all sorts of things. Okay. Ik on car. Do I get a car now? literally one ohm maker, an epithet of God and Sikhism. So and it says, "It is so, let it be so." Amen. I mean, is that what we're looking for here? But in Hebrew, the like mom is like a noise that is like a agitating. If I can find this, hold on. First, I'm going to show this. So, getting a little more than the lightning storm here. In the beginning, uh, Elohim. This part of the word Elohim is where Muslims get the concept of God from. Allah or Allah. I'm. Allah I'm is Yah Allah. Well, not exactly, but he is God. Uh, but I think Allah actually denotes this seemingly in Hebrew denotes like a maybe a feminine deity. But then when masculine plural, Yahweh is the gods. I think that's his joke. Uh, so the gods did it. Okay, well Yahweh is the gods. Get it? Um, and then okay, so and Elohim, Wa Yomer, Elohim, and said God, be, let there be, but it's just be, like Yoi. This is literally the word Yoi. Uh, Yod, hey, Yod. It's Yoi. Uh, Aor, Wa Yoi, Or. Like, and said God, be light and was light, or and is light. So exist. And said God, exist light and exist, like light existed. Well, guess what? The name Yahweh, the Yah part of Yahweh is this part of this word, like exist, because Yahweh is and was. That's why when you get into Revelation, he is the he who is and was and will be, because that's like, what his name means. And okay, so pull up Elohim here again. This is whatever deity, that knockoff deity, is trying to use this concept of being an Abrahamic religion god, that I'm basically saying I'm pretty sure Allah is some deity from somewhere else, some spiritual entity that's like trying to pretend to be Yahweh. Uh, so put my foot down on that one. That's not the case. It's a knockoff fan fiction. The Quran is. So here, Hammam, Hammam, but this could also be it could be an H, or it could be a O or an A. Mum, home. So this would be home, to distract, ring again, to make a great noise, uproar, makes noise. So primitive root, Seems to put into commotion, disturb, drive, discomfit, destroy, vex, crush, break, consume, trouble. Hama, to murmur, growl, roar, make a loud sound like English hum. Hum. And we're getting pretty close to here. Like this is literally HUM or AUM or OUM. Hmm. So just a thought. Just yeah, just a thought. And so that's what I was talking about earlier there again, and that's also what I'm talking about. Well, actually, the word that made everything, and the first, denoting the first source of sound of the ohm, and connoting the act of creation. Well, the act of creating is done by the Yahweh. So, I mean, there's all sorts of interesting deities and stuff in this. They're all, all these different countries have, and different tribes of people have different ideas of what they are and all sorts of stuff. Well, guess what? If they all have different ideas of it and they're all claiming their ideas are correct and they're all just variants of each other, well, probably not correct. Just logicking this out. Right? Probably this one that has gone around the world and stayed pretty much the same. That's probably the one that is actually the indestructible and stuff. Like I'm looking at this, like, hey, look, it's the crescent moon. Why is it in every everything where there's a crescent moon, like all these religions where the like thing is a crescent moon? It's like I'm pretty sure, witches and wizards and stuff use the crescent moon as a symbol. I mean, positive. It's also on Mickey Mouse's hat. Mickey Mouse's wizard hat. So, you know, seems to be this crescent moon that I'm seeing over and over and over and over and over and over. Look, oh, here, Japanese Buddhism. The term Aun is the transliteration in Japanese of the two symbols A and Hum. Well, isn't the Hum the thing that I just pointed out in Hebrew? Yeah, it would very much seem to be. Um, and does Hebrew seem to make some like logical context for all this in a way that is actually laid out in more of a non-subjective, more scientific manner, where it explains all this, whereas this is like at a certain point, whatever the culture was that seemed to know this stuff had broken to pieces. Like Yahweh scattered them, uh, and so that's why it all is kind of close, but not really. Like I'm gonna end with this. So look at Sumerian, right? Anu. Okay, check this out. The one coming on the clouds I saw in the night vision. One like a son of man. Right? This happens again in Revelation. Okay. This is what I was talking about. It is exactly Strong's Hebrews word 6049. So this will be this will make a lot of sense in the combined view video that includes the GoPro and the iPhone. Okay, it should. So look, ANN, Anon. like internet anons, but anon, to make appear, produce, bring clouds, to practice soothsaying, conjure, to observe times, practice soothsaying or spiritism or magic or augury or witchcraft, soothsayer, enchanter, sorcerer, diviner, fortune teller, barbarian, meononym, me on, me one in, I'm. A primitive root, to cover, like as in covert, to act covertly. Used as denominative from, and then we'll go look at that. Bring, enchanters, no, meononym, soothsayers, me one in, I'm. Soothsayers, sorceress, times. Okay. Cloud. It's the same word in Aramaic. It means cloud, and that's what the one like a son of man comes riding on. Okay. Same word in Hebrew means cloud, cloudy, cloud mass, cloud mass. Like, let's just look at this one more time just to confirm that it is in fact from 6049. So the root is, it's saying this is the root, right? And again, these as many times as I say this, these vowel pointings were not there when this was written. Okay, so just let me repeat that. The vowel pointings did not exist when this book was written, right? When these were originally written. So when you're doing anything with the Old Testament, you just assume that the vowel pointings they aren't technically there in the mind of the one who wrote the Old Testament. Okay? So this is all the same word, is what I'm getting at. All of these are all up until this point. So the 6049 all the way to 6052 are literally just the same word 4 times. This one, it's a name. That's why it's split into one of its own, because it's the same as this one means cloud. This one means cloud, but it's Aramaic because it's used in the book of Daniel, and then whatever. Okay, so Anu, the Sumerian sky deity, king of the gods. What I believe his consort is Antu. Greek equivalent, Zeus, Uranus. Uranus, literally Auranos in Greek, means the sky. So in Greek, when it talks about the sky or heaven, it uses that word, right? So again, most of the words from the Bible, like, are seemingly just words meaning a thing, and then they get personified into some kind of deity. Whereas Yahweh exists, he is existence, he is the existent deity, right? Okay, just making that one obvious. Like, even the term Baal or Bel, or like this character that even by the New Testament is still around and seems to be some kind of rival deity to Yahweh. It just means like Lord or husband, right? And okay, we'll look at Inanna in a second. But Anu, right? So originally on or on on So these are all the equivalents, but you get it. Yahweh would be the equivalent. Well, according to, if you were just like a secular person or whatever, but I don't see any of these deities actually doing shit. They ain't shit. None of the people connected to them are around anymore. Nobody actually follows these deities. If they do, it's like some small whatever. Even these, like, again, all these splintered, like, Eastern whatever, just subjective versions of the same thing. It's like, okay, well, Yahweh seems to be a very objective, like you can logic out everything. Everything that I'm saying seems to be very, uh, you know, it makes logic, which is important because, the logos, the reason, makes sense of everything out of chaos, out of some kind of like murmuring and discomfiting noise, which would be like, everybody like doing that really loud, and then Yahweh yoys everything into existence, or at least yoys some order to the chaos. So Nimbus Cloud, oh, that thing that the Monkey King rides around on. Because again, it seems like the Monkey King character is just a way to call Yahweh a monkey, or a way to call Matt Williams a monkey. Which, whatever. Seems like I control the sky, so and all sorts of other things, and am just growing greater in that control. So whatever dragon that most of those things seem to think does that, okay, it doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like I'm particularly a monkey either. But I don't hate monkeys. More fun than a lot of people seem to be. So okay, so we're looking at On, right, and then here you have Inanna. They worship her under the name Ishtar, right? And she's the queen of heaven, supposedly. Like, she's out of Babylon, and remember, long story short, there's a YouTube channel where this guy, like, I'm pretty sure a number of people are watching me, and I said something about Barack Obama. Like, conservatives seem to hate Barack Obama. It's really annoying that every time, whatever, and then somehow, like, it makes literal Pharaoh from like the Bible and the Exodus story, like it puts Barack Obama, and it's like, well, okay, even if he shows like there's some truth to this, probably is like the prototype of the harlot of Babylon, right? Uh, she's riding around on a beast. I mean, a lion, and probably pictured in other things riding around, whatever. But I mean, like, bro, conservatives just irrationally hate Barack Obama. It's literally that Cat Williams bit. You know what I mean? Like, I just, unless he did something like secretly. I mean, I feel like if you're the president, you probably have to know about the guy in Houston doing lightning stuff, but or whatever the other stuff is. But unless he did something specifically like terrible that I don't know about, it seems like really irrational to me and just looks goofy. But whatever. Uh, okay, here's what I wanted to look at. Her name, Inanna. The Inanna's name may derive from the Sumerian phrase Nin an Ak, meaning Lady of Heaven, but the cuneiform sign for Inanna is not a ligature of the signs Lady, uh, Sumerian Nin, and Sky. These difficulties led some early Assyriologists to suggest Inanna may have been a Proto-Euphratean god, who was only later accepted into the Sumerian pantheon. By the way, Anna, cloudiness. On or Anna? On Anna? Kind of sounds like Inanna, doesn't it? uh, or Ananya, or Anya, or Anja, like Ja, Anja. Hmm. Ani. This is A-N-N A, or A-N-N O, or A-N-N H. This is A-N-N, yeah, on, or like on, none, another N, yeah. or Jah, or it's just on, yeah, on Jah. But it seems, again, on in Sumerian seems to mean sky. But my whole point is like when I saw that, I was like, what? What? So then I was like, well, let me go look at this. So I clicked this, and then I see that it has some stuff here. What was it? Akkadian nominal stem il, meaning god or goddess, derived from the Semitic il or el. Well, remember that in Islam and the Quran, which borrows like everything from the Bible. It's literally just a fan fiction of the Bible. Okay. Uh El is just the generic term for any deity, Il, any, whatever. And then now look, even when I go over this Akkadian, it goes from Akkadian to now it's Ilah, which is um I mean it's exactly what I was trying to make a point of. Uh And so check this out. In Islam, the confession of faith, which is you got to realize how silly this sounds. There is no God except the God Allah is what this says, but really it's like there is no God but God. There is no God but the God. Well, who is the God? The God. Well, what's his name? The God. It's like, is that what the Bible says? No. The Bible says that here Eloah or Elohim, uh, which this would be like the gods, or that same, this is the Hebrew version of Allah. It's just Yahweh is. So who is the God? He who exists, the one who exists is God. Because all these other gods don't exist. In fact, nothing exists without God. Without Yahweh, I mean, nothing exists, not even other gods. And since Yahweh's saying none of these other gods, without existence, none of these exist, right? None of these concepts exist. It even makes sense just like separate it and like use the reasoning behind the words conceptually, and it just makes sense. If you were writing the narrative down and you were like, let me get this over to some people, however many thousands of years in the future, you would make it make sense using this kind of thing. It doesn't make sense in Islam because it's a goofy fan fiction knockoff religion. That's why, and people get beheaded over it. I mean, God, yoy. And look, more activity here at Popo. Taking a moment to look at the volcanoes because Yahweh doesn't just control like storms. That's another thing. He's a supreme deity. He has control of all the things. All of the things are Yahweh's, are Yah's, are Yo's. So, okay. Again, L, deity. My whole point with this whole section of this is I'm just trying to point out how, like, this concept of Yahweh makes logic and sense even to a scientific mind. If you were like, okay, if you have to write the narrative of the concept of deity down and get it over, one of them makes, like, is reason. One of them reasons out. Like, everything you say about it will pretty much always make sense. The other ones don't. They just don't, right? So like on multiple levels, like Yahweh actually shows himself seemingly in control of nature when working with him, um, like in control of the universe. He allows people free will. That's why it's like I'm trying to get people on board with this, but at a certain point, he's definitely going to put his foot down. That would be what the Book of Revelation is about. But there is a period of time where stuff gets wild, and he lets I'm assuming some, some dragon, some beast entity, some like some group of kings or something, some false deity. This is the whole idea of like the devil or Satan, who's the primeval serpent, the dragon, whatever. That is like, there's some kind of there's someone who's been using like some kind of daimonin power, which is like some other entity, some other deity, right? Here, deity. It could, conceptually, this thing could be Allah, right? Or whatever other deity that is not the supreme deity Yahweh, Elyon, the Most High. Hey, look, other names: Elyon, El Shaddai. Those are both titles of Yahweh. Even El is a title of Yahweh. It just means God. Well, who is God? Yahweh. All right. That's why taking that name out makes Christianity, like, neuters Christianity and Judaism. All right. If you call Yahweh Hashem, with whose name? Whose name is it? Is it Shem? I went to school with a girl named Shem. Is it her? No. Okay. It's Yahweh. Then say Yahweh. Okay. Yah. Uh, but and the symbol is a bull. Okay, well, the bull is the letter A. It's the Aleph. All right, you get it? Or in Arabic, the Aleph, because Arabic is just Hebrew written in a different script. Okay, yeah. And it seems my whole point with that, I keep saying that because it's obvious and true. Then you look back and you realize, oh, that's Phoenician is just Hebrew written in a different script. You realize Ugaritic is probably just Hebrew written in a different script. Akkadian, Ilu, oh, it's probably just Hebrew written in a different script. And yet, the assertion is because it's not easy to wade through all this stuff. Or like, I say a different script. There can be like differences, but my whole point is like, oh, there's this concept in the Bible of like there's a point where all these tongues were scattered, but clearly like every tongue from the ancient Near East has some kind of like connection, even the ones that are not generally considered Semitic. You know what I mean? Like even Sumerian and other things. And then also this is goofy. Yahwist and Elohist and Deuteronomy. It's like literally the title God. It like breaks people's mind that Yahweh would use a title like, well, he is God. You got to get it over people. Maybe to people like who only believe in a deity called Ilah. So you got to get it over to them that Yahweh is Ilah. You get it? Yeah. Okay. So let's go back because I'm not quite done with the Sumerian thing. I just got to find the point that I was at. Like the thing that it was here though. Okay. The eight-pointed star was Inanna Ishtar's most common symbol. Here it is shown alongside the solar disk of her brother Shamash, god of the sun and justice. Okay, Shemesh in Hebrew is the word meaning sun, right? I mean, if that doesn't make it obvious, like what I'm saying here, uh, Here we go. Okay, I think this is what I was, at least maybe one thing that I was looking for. Uh, is it? Hold on. No, not quite. Hold on. Whoops. Remember, I'm not saying every word is the same, but you can clearly see the I mean the like connection, right? But that that like it's like as if there was a common tongue that then gets confused at some point, like the Bible says, right? And then we're like looking at it backwards because we have this ancient narrative which explains it, yet and despite all the evidence that points out, well, there's more truth to this narrative than most people have wanted to believe for a long time, unless you're a Christian or a Jew. Uh, like all the when they dig and they find stuff in this region, it seems to point to this book being true. I mean, just repeatedly and like almost all the time. So looks like all this stuff is gone. Um, I'm really trying to find this one thing because I really want to get this point across. So I'm going to. I will. And then I'll be done. Also, what's interesting, uh, Esther, Queen Esther, and uh, or Hadassah, but in the Bible, the Book of Esther is about they're in Persia, and Xerxes or Akashsarush is like looking for a wife amongst all the women in his kingdom, which ranges from India to Ethiopia, and or within under his empire. But Esther and Mordecai are like the main characters, and they're Jewish, and Mordecai is Esther's uncle. Um, and but Mardukai, it's like even in my uh, Jerusalem Bible, it explains like the concept of like they got names which were not their Hebrew names, but were like you know meant to represent like the peoples that they were now with. So I thought that was interesting. And like Esther, right? Ishtar, right? So she gets named this Ishtar character. Ishtar, Esther. Also in Greek, Estar is like a star, like the star of the morning, Venus or whatever. Anyway, yeah, isn't that what they call the morning star? Even though the morning star is Jesus. Um. Oh, speaking of this stuff, so this is just you know the storm stuff ended a while ago, but I'm now into deity stuff, and so if you're wondering how the storm stuff, if you make sense of all this and then actually be dealing with a deity that actually exists, Yahweh, then um, like, but I think that I've heard it hinted that this deity is the god of war, disease, and death. This is the you know this deity represents like the maybe the being in the abyss in the book of Revelation. Nergal. Look, Gal, like Gal Gadot. And Nar or Nor, right? Nar. Hmm. Hmm. Norgal? We could also like just go back and look. Nurgon, whisper, backbite, slander. Nurgal. Oh, hey, look, that's that word, Nurgal. Nergal, hero, one of the chief deities of Assyria and Babylon and worshipped by the men of Cuth. So literally, but lamp from near or nor is the Aramaic version of this. I'm pretty sure. To break up, freshly plow or till, to glean. Fire, Norgal. Hmm. Hey, there are people named Nor and people named Gal. Gal Gadot? I wonder. I wonder if this is some kind of thing. Anyway, so this character is he's been described as the god of inflicted death. Now remember, the character of death, Thanatos, which sounds a lot like Thanos, honestly, but those are not connected. Well, maybe Thanos was named after this. It was way later, but um, the Mad Titan, right? Um, That's how all this actually kind of is, except Yahweh is real. That's the difference between Yahweh and any of these characters that are made up or in comic stuff or other deities like this. You can see this stuff with Yahweh being real. Uh, it is not hard, especially during a lightning storm uh, or whatever. But remember, there's a first death and a second death. And Yahweh, there's a character that is death personified that is the first death, right? And Yahweh has power over the first death, and Jesus does, mostly because, well, Yahweh already had it, but he gives it to Jesus by like he dies and resurrects, and then sits him on the throne, and it's like, well, now you actually existed, and then you went through the life death thing, and you were me, so you proved out the stuff from my book, so you get to be this. Plus, you're real, and you manifested it, and congrats, you have control over life and death. And since you're life, you have more life than death could ever have. Death can't defeat life. Life can always upend death, right? Um, Now, death can be thrown into a burning lake where it's tortured forever. And that seems to be the thing. Even hell or Hades or Sheol also gets emptied out into this burning lake where it's just basically a torture chamber for all eternity, or like liquid torture for all eternity. Just like infinitely worse than you can imagine, and for infinity. So, not somewhere you want to be. Do you think hell is bad? Well, hell is not the final spot. It is. I don't even think it's described as that bad biblically. I think the idea is the place that hell gets dumped into is what is talked about as being, it ain't comfortable. I don't think hell is comfortable. Like Hades does not sound comfortable. It's the place of death, and death is probably not comfortable. But the second death is way worse. But this character seems to be the Lord of the Big City, a euphemistic way to refer to God as a ruler of the world of the dead. Well, remember, all like whatever character is in the abyss, all this stuff in Revelation, all of it's like dumped into a burning lake of fire that like tortures even spiritual entities and deities. So the only deity that doesn't seem to be in there is Yahweh. And anything like, I'm sure the Archangel Michael, or, you know, the Prince Michael or whatever. I'm sure there are some things that are like angelic, whatever, that, other, like literally people empowered by Yahweh come off as deities, like to other people. So, like, Michael, the chief prince or whatever, and Gabriel and stuff, I'm sure come off as like, powerful deity figures. But anything that's actually subordinate to Yahweh doesn't end in the place in that place. So, but the idea of this like scorpion stinging scorpion thing, it even looks like this is a scorpion's tail, but I can't be positive. But it like stings with death, and like I've kind of said in a recent video, like if something tries to there's like 5 months in the book of Revelation, and which I think is like the final 5 months of the 1260 days, or 42 months, or 3.5 years that are spoken of, which is the same as the book of Daniel, 3.5 years. Okay. I think the final 5 months is the fifth church of the book of Revelation, and in those final 5 months, it gets really crazy, and the thing comes out of the bottomless pit in the abyss, and you see these like scorpion entities that go around, like these flying horse-like scorpion things that go around stinging and whatevering people, and that's that. If I can pull it up. At this point, I figure if you're watching, I mean, it's just like you're just getting more of the story. Like the storm stuff ended a while ago, and I'm just doing this out of, I enjoy it. So you don't like it, there's all the storm stuff done. So I'm not even thinking I'm gonna do. I don't know. This is a long ass video, so I don't know how much time. I don't really, honestly, I'm not looking forward to time stamping. I don't even think I'm particularly going to as much. I might just look it over and be like, okay, well that was cool. That one's cool, but I'm not gonna put as much time into it because it's just too much time. So, the fifth seal, how much time, it says like, how much longer will you wait before you pass sentence on the earth, and each of them was given a white robe. So think about, it talks about time in that one, like how much longer, right? And then to the fifth church here, just to go back real fast, because my whole point is that they're the same. It has to do with you get a white robe, and you won't be blotted out of the book of life, and I know how you're reputed to be alive, you're dead. So okay, but uh, it's fading fast. Like it seems like there's something that's coming. Right. This is when the door opens. Right. Like I'll open a door for you, uh, and when he closes, nobody can open. Okay. Anyway, so my point is, I think that the reason I keep talking about being on the throne of Yahweh is because I think this is a thing set out for at least one person. Could be could be more, but it's positively for one person. And I think one person will and is, it seems like I'm on the way to doing this, conquer these seven churches and be granted to sit on the throne of Yahweh. And or do sit on the throne of Yahweh, and will be given everything that Jesus is given. The 144,000 virgins here, uh, and Jesus will come in and eat with you, and eating seems to be connected to sexuality, as far as what it's talking about to the third and fourth churches about food sacrificed to idols, and also if you just go back through the Bible, like in the Song of Songs or Song of Solomon, and fruits and eating seems to be a sexual euphemism. Okay, because what do you expect Jesus not to partake in something he created? I'm not that foolish. Okay, so here's the thing that I'm talking about. So you got the fifth church, the fifth seal, the fifth trumpet, and it says they were told not to kill them, but to give them a sting of pain for 5 months, and it's because uh, out of the furnace, out of the abyss, like smoke from a huge furnace. It's almost like a volcano. So the sun and sky were darkened by it, and out of the smoke dropped locusts, which were given the power of scorpions on the earth, so it can sting people. And they were forbidden to harm fields or crops or trees, and told only to attack any men who were without God's seal on their forehead. They were told not to kill them, but to give them pain for 5 months, and the pain was to be a pain of a scorpion sting. Like maybe some people got a thing that like they were told they would live forever if they could upend whatever, like the throne of Yahweh or something, or Matt Wilkins or something like that. I don't know. I'm just taking some swinging for the fences here. Some swings, maybe get some hits. You know what I'm. Anyway, when this happens, men will long for death and will not find it anywhere. They will want to die, but death will evade them. Like, what other thing could it be? Because like death doesn't evade someone who wants to die. If you really want to die and you're trying to kill yourself, you're probably going to kill yourself. You know what I mean, or something. So, but it seems like this is suggesting like they literally can't die. Um, and that would make sense if there's death personified as who they've made a deal with, and he's like, no, I need some people, and so you're not dying, and this hurts. I don't care. I never cared about you. I don't care. That's what you're making a deal with death, or Nurgal or Norgal or whatever, uh, or whatever the Emperor of the Abyss. Hebrew is Abaddon, a bad dawn, or Apollyon, or Apollo, um, Abaddon. But 5 months. So remember that. But remember also that you go to the fifth seal here, and it's like, well, how much longer? Well, 5 months, right? And if they have the white robe, they probably have the seal on their head, probably written in the book of life. Okay, 5 months. And then you go down here to the plagues, and so like I've said this in another video, but this video is going on YouTube. So, but I said this in a video recently that's in my hard drive, which is I think the church is how like the one who's conquering at the church sees it. So that's what it looks like to me. To like maybe the regular everyday Christian person or something, or just the regular everyday person, it looks like the seals, right? It looks like the seals are opening, and so you see it from that perspective. Um, from like you're actively against Yahweh, you're seeing it from the you're getting stung and it hurts and you can't die perspective. And then if you are like the dragon, like you are the bad person or whatever, you're seeing it from the you're getting plagued perspective. You know what I mean? And so at the fifth angel emptied his bowl over the throne of the beast, and its whole empire was plunged into darkness, almost like the sun was darkened by some smoke coming out of something, right? As it says in the fifth trumpet, men were biting their tongues for pain, but instead of repenting for what they had done, they cursed the God of heaven because of their pains and sores. Maybe given they have pains and sores because they're being stung by some kind of scorpion things out of the thing that is just black in the sky, you know, caused the darkness. And then this, like, just this point here becomes really obvious when you go to the sixth church, sixth seal. So the sixth church is like, and so what I'm saying is apparently there's pictures of this Nargal character, um, like exactly as described, with the whole like scorpion tail, flying locust, like random chimeric body thing, just as they're seemingly Inanna, um, or Ishtar is like um, pictured like a whore riding a beast a lot. So these have like symbolic equivalents in ancient Babylon, and being that the whole thing in Revelation is Babylon falling, it's like that would make sense, right? Okay, so let's go to the sixth seal here. Um, the sixth seal is, write to the angel of the church in Philadelphia and say, here is the message of the holy and faithful one who has the key of David, so that when he opens, nobody can close, and when he closes, nobody can open. I know all about you. I have opened in front of you a door that nobody will be able to close, and I know that though you are not very strong, you have kept my commandments and not disowned my name. You know the name Yahweh, and this is Jesus talking because he's Yahweh at this point. Now I'm going to make the synagogue of Satan those who profess to be Jews but are liars because they are no such thing. I will make them come fall at your feet and admit that you are the people that I love. Remember, he brings up specifically the name Yahweh here, which saying the name Yahweh in modern Judaism and in the Judaism from Jesus' day is blasphemy. Wait, how could you be Jewish, a Yahudim, and yet saying the name Yah is blasphemous? So that would make sense of this. I mean, unless there are just actively some people faking that they're Jewish, because it provides them some kind of protection in our modern society. That could be that too. But anyway, I mean, even the Catholic Church has a papal bull that bans you from saying the name Yahweh, which again seems like an obvious mistake here, considering at least 3 of these messages to the churches talk about keeping to the name. So, holding to the name Yahweh, because that's who Jesus is. Yahweh, that's the deity that he is. Okay. I'm gonna keep saying this redundantly so that I can like knock it into your head. Because you have kept my commandments to endure trials, I will keep you safe in the time of trial, which is going to come for the whole world, to test the people of the world. Soon I shall be with you. Hold firmly to what you already have, and let nobody take your prize away from you. Those who prove victorious, I will make into pillars in the sanctuary of my God, and they will stay there forever. I will inscribe on them the name of my God, Yahweh, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my God in heaven. Well, this says Ezekiel 48:35, which Yahweh Shema, Yahweh is there. Yahweh Sama, Yahweh Shama, Yahweh Sama. Uh, anyway, Ezekiel 48:35, or Jeremiah 33:5 and 6, where it talks about Jerusalem being Yahweh Sidkenu. Either way, it's both Yahweh and just some describer adjective. So it's Yahweh. I will ascribe on them the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, and my own new name as well. And my own new name as well. Jesus is Yahweh. You get it? What else would his name be? What else would his new name be? If he's both of these are Yahweh names and his own new name. Well, Jesus is Yahweh. You get it? It also makes all the stuff from when, you know, all the stuff that you're waiting to do that Jesus comes and does is the stuff that the Jewish people are waiting for Yahweh to come and do. It makes a lot of sense. So, if anyone has ears to hear, let them listen to what the Spirit is saying to the churches. Like from Zechariah, when Yahweh comes and makes war on whatever, like literally his feet touch the Mount of Olives and stuff. Okay, well, Jesus. All right. So, the sixth church is like, the opening of a door. And then the sixth seal is like, there's a violent earthquake, like massive. And the sun went black as coarse as sackcloth. The moon turned red as blood all over, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth like figs dropping from a fig tree when a high wind shakes it. The sky disappeared like a scroll rolling up, and all the mountains and islands were shaken from their places. Then all the earthly rulers the governors and the commanders, the rich people and the men of influence, the whole population, slaves and citizens, took to the mountain to hide in caves and among the rocks. They said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the one who sits on the throne and from the anger of the Lamb, for the day of his great anger has come, and who can survive it? Well, if the day has come here, what is it talking about later on? It's because, again, these are like the sixth church is the sixth trumpet, is the sixth is the sixth seal, is the sixth trumpet, is the sixth. So when it's plague, same thing. The seven is the seven. The first is the first. They're linked up. It's just from different perspectives. So when you get to the sixth trumpet here, it's a third of the human race is killed by this army of things that are released. The four angels released the four angels that are chained up at the great river Euphrates. So Euphrates, right? Now they were released to destroy a third of the human race. And here's, describes them and everything. And yet for whatever reason, people don't give up, even though they just saw previously like a fourth of the human race, and now they're seeing a third of the human race in one short, like, swift moment gone. Again, 4 billion people. That would be, if you added those two things together, 4 billion right now. So and then we go up to the we're gonna go to the sixth plague here. Then the sixth angel emptied his bowl over the great river Euphrates, like the same place where those four angels are released. So probably this is the moment that the four angels are released, and all the water dried up, so that a way was made for the kings of the east to come in. Then from the jaws of dragon and beast and false prophet. Dragon seems to be a really repetitive concept in today, huh? I saw 3 foul spirits come. They look like frogs, and in fact were demon spirits, able to work miracles, going out to all the kings of the world to call them together for the war of the great day of the Almighty. El Shaddai, El Shaddai. El Shady? This is how it will be. I will come like a thief. Happy the man who has stayed awake and not taken off his clothes, so that he does not go out naked and expose his shame. They called the kings together at the place, in Hebrew, Armageddon. So the sixth seal is Armageddon. The sixth plague is Armageddon. But this is the same moment where it's like they're like saying fall on us and stuff, because it's the sixth church, seal, trumpet, and plague. Just if you add them all together and read them each as one thing, it makes sense. Like, so also the 1,000-year millennial reign, I think it's a day, because it's like, to the Lord, 1,000 years is like a day is like 1,000 years. Okay, well, he says it's like that there's a 1,000-year period, and it wouldn't make sense why the beast and the false prophet would be killed and then Satan would have 1,000 years where he's still around. But it does make sense if it's a day that he's still around. So that's why I'm pretty positive it's just a day. But yeah, 1,000 years. Okay. So there's all sorts of other stuff that I could say, and explain here. But yeah, let me look up one more thing. I really want to find this concept that I was I thought it was right here. I'm like at a loss for where did I see this and start making points, and then I don't know if I put it into a video or not. Um, Anu, the king of gods. Well, just want to point out when it talks about in Revelation. I mean, this is also in in the Psalms as a title. I think it's like what Psalm 143 or 134 or something like that. I don't know. Where it talks about Yahweh as the Lord of Lords and King of Kings and God of Gods. Uh, but here, person has on his cloak and on his thigh the name written, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. One whose name is the Word of God. Generally, people think this is Jesus, but again, all the stuff that is described here, like some of the stuff, like the iron or like the fiery eyes, is like the person who is talking to the one who's at the fourth church, like the guy who's giving the message to the fourth church, and then the thing of like having the iron rod, like he's the one that will rule them with an iron rod. Well, remember that's the thing that Jesus says, I will grant you authority to over the pagans to rule them with an iron rod. So like you get the iron rod. So or I do. So it like it, is it just saying like, oh, I'll make you me, and that's why I'll grant you to sit with me on my throne, right? Some am I saying I'm Jesus? Not exactly. But am I saying that Jesus seems to be saying he'll make you into Jesus? Kind of. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. There's not really a good argument. The only argument that I've heard that seems to work is like, la, 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 and I don't think that's going to work that much longer. um, but yeah. So also, I'm pretty sure this part where it's like the Gog and Magog thing. I'm pretty sure that's Armageddon. Like as far as if you want to like put this on a timeline, it wouldn't just go. My whole point with the seals, churches, whatever thing is, it doesn't like the seven seals. I mean, seven churches, seven seals, seven trumpets, seven plagues. Like I think they're all describing like numerically the same thing, right? Just from different perspectives, and it appears to me that like you can't read this like the first chapter of Revelation is the beginning, and then the last chapter of Revelation is the end, and like everything in between just goes in timeline order. I don't think that's how it works because there are things that like the end has come here, and yet there's more stuff that happens afterwards, right? This happens. So what I think is that this is like the sixth seal moment. You know what I mean? Or I mean, the first battle, the end is like the sixth seal moment, um, and then or like right before the sixth seal, like a day before it happens, and then the sixth seal gets opened when the SEAL Team sixth seal gets opened or whatever when um, the this whole thing, when Gog and Magog happens, Ezekiel 37:38 or 36, 37, 38, 37, 38, I think. And this happens, and then uh, like the Gog and Magog thing happens, and like fire comes down or whatever. And then when that's happening, I think is when the seventh thing happens, and that's when the Ark of the Covenant happens. And then I think basically it just seems to me like everything gets multiplied by like significantly. Like whatever was going on, it's like okay, it's about to get it exponentially like crazier. So like whatever earthquake just happened, there's about to be an exponentially more powerful earthquake, and all the cities of the world are going to collapse. I mean, I think it's figurative, but I do think there are some cities that are going to collapse. And then the hail with hail weighing a talent each. 58 kilograms, 129 pounds. A Roman talent was about 71 pounds. So between 71 and 130 pounds, essentially, right? I mean, either of those sound like if you dropped it on a tank, the tank would be the losing the loser in that exchange. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah. So look, I just really want to find. They talk about Nibiru, and it's like, hey, then the planet's Nibiru, Jupiter. Okay, well, it doesn't sound like it's some other planet. It sounds like it's just a name for Jupiter in another language. Just FYI. Okay, I'm gonna look one more time on Inanna, and then if I can't find it, I'm just done for the night. All the lightning. There's still a bunch of lightning. It's just off the coast in the Gulf Coast now. But yeah. Okay, so okay. This is where it was. So I was like, what would Yah be in Sumerian? Like Yah from Yahweh. The cuneiform Yah sign is a combined sign containing I ligatured with the I cuneiform ligatured with the A cuneiform. It has the common meaning in the suffix form Yah for the meaning of mine or me, right? Because it says mine to me or me. Like maybe I am. I mean, I think interestingly enough, in Hebrew, ani is the word for mine or me or I am. But like I'm saying, Yah, commonly translated, I am or I exist, right?
But here, so this is what I'm saying. In the Amarna letters, the letters written to the Pharaoh of Egypt, Misri or Misri in the letters, like Mizraim. So you mean in the Amarna letters, it's like the same name as the Hebrew name for Egypt? Okay, well that would make sense. The Pharaoh is often referred to as Lord Mine. So Misri Yah, or especially King Lord Mine, my king, my lord. In Akkadian, the form is Saru Belu Yah, King Lord Mine. Okay, let's look at this real fast because we can. Sar. Sarar. Sararu? Saru? Saru? Sarar. To act as prince, rule, contend, have power, prevail over, reign, govern, to rule over, to lord it over, have, exercise dominion. Is where the name Sarah or Sarai comes from as well. Prince, ruler, leader, chief, chieftain, official, captain. Seems to be something under a king, right? But still high ranking. Okay, well, it's conceptually almost the same as king. It's like a prince and a king are very close in concept. One is just a higher ranking of the thing, lord, right? So then list word for lord or sovereign. One is a higher ranking sovereign. Then this is lord, Belu. Okay, well, I just know this word, like where to find these words in this. That's why I went to specifically that, because that's the contending of Elijah, my God is Yah, and the prophets of Baal or Balu. Um, anyway, Baal, Lord, but it seems to be the same as owner, husband, Lord, husband, master, husband, owner, husband, man, owner, as in like the husband owns the wife, so a husband. Uh, or Bell, right? And or Bella or Bala, mistress, female owner, sorceress, necromancer, a mistress. Bella Hadid? uh, Bala, mistress, right? Balat, mistresses. Hmm. Oh, hey, when I said this, there's more volcanic stuff going on. Or as I'm saying this, why did glow at Popo, huh? So king, lord, mine, right? Or in Hebrew, it'd be prince, husband, owner, lord, master, as far as what this is. So let's just go with like prince, owner, or prince. You could even say prince, lord, and then Yah is like exists, but uh, of mine is in Hebrew if you just take the A away and it's just the Yod, which would be the I here in cuneiform. So it'd just be my, like, it'd just be Yah. Like, this is saying Yah is the Yod. So, well, there you go. So, that's what I'm trying to get over here, and what I've been trying to get over is it seems like we still live in a very confused place that doesn't realize like
oh, it seems like the Bible makes sense of all these concepts from all these ancient cultures, which are touching on the same concepts, except there's a deity connected to that Bible, Yahweh, who actually exists and, clearly takes part in reality with those who believe in him. I mean, he takes part in reality with everybody, but you can cooperate, as you see me doing, with Yahweh. And seemingly my prize for doing that, in spite of people seeing it and not listening to me, even though it's like to the point where it's distressing me and causing me problems and stuff, and I could never have a normal life in the way that maybe at one point I wanted. Yahweh will make it up to me, like infinitely. But like I have to continue to believe that this deity will do this for me because he is loving. He's a father. He's my father. I mean, you know what I mean? Like all these things. Um, Whereas all these other deities don't exist. Else, maybe some kind of much weaker spiritual entity is using them in Confusion Land because people will believe it in Confusion Land because because they buy it. Uh, they bought some snake oil like with Islam, right? You're following the Quran, you might as well throw that in the fire and pick up a Bible because it's clearly all just a knockoff of the Bible anyway, and just a poorly written one at that. Trust me, I've read the Quran; it is childishly poorly written. But you know, if you want to read it for yourself, do just read it for yourself and think like, is this just directly out of the Bible? Like the whole Abraham, uh, when it talks about the God of Abraham, Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Uh, it just changes who the sacrifice. It's like Abraham, it's an Abrahamic religion. Well, then Abraham doesn't actually sacrifice Isaac, or I mean, he doesn't in any of them. But that's not the kid that he does that with. He does that with Ishmael, who's like the progenitor of the Ishmaelites, aka maybe modern day Arabs or the Midianites. I mean, these are two groups that you could associate with Arabs today. But it's just it takes the story from the Hebrew Bible and like tries to give like the promise over to a different group of people, which also undoes what Jesus did. Which if you undo what Jesus did, as far as this promise exists and everything, then you don't get to have the benefit of, well, Jesus conquered death through this promise, right? And so it causes problems for this narrative. That's why you want to follow the narrative that's written. It's not like it's not like Yahweh messed up when he wrote this like when his spirit like got this over to people. Like there's a reason it's written as it is so that, it follows something that makes sense. Again, there is no God but God. That's silly. I mean, compared to like Yahweh, the deity who exists, who is, was, and will be existent outside of time. Essentially, it's like, before time exists. I'm about to make a mix that's even gonna like touch on this, but it's like Yahweh is outside of time. Like, so he is the deity that is, was, and will be. Like time didn't mean the same thing to him. That's why even the whole 1,000 days is a year and a year is 1,000 days. It's like it doesn't really mean the same thing to Yahweh. So I I just I'm gonna end this video here shortly. We're about to get to 4 hours, but hey, that's a reasonable time. The last video I had was like 6 hours, so I think I covered way more in this one. Uh, so I will say that like I think a lot of Muslims like want to believe the right thing, but it's just like you've been tricked. You're so close with your religion, yet so far. And like Allah cannot help you. Allah isn't close to Yahweh. Allah is a knockoff of Yahweh. Allah wants to be Yahweh, but is not. You get it? And so just asserting that he is, but not giving any like there's no Quranic explanation for even the name Yahweh, even though it's mentioned in the sense of like numerous names like contain Yahweh because they're theophoric names, like numerous names in the Quran, like Yahya, which is John, and Zechariah, and Elias, which is the Greek form. Again, it's like why why is it the Greek form? The Greek form is the New Testament. That means like, again, whoever Muhammad, it seems, was just taking out of both the Old and New Testaments and like, using arbitrary, like at a certain point he arbitrarily decides to, instead of call Elijah uh like Elijah or Eliyahu, like Elijah El or Al Il, so God, and then a Yod at the end, my God. These are all concepts that we've gone over in this video. My God is Yah. My God is the one that exists. And Baal or Bel or whatever doesn't. You get it? And so, um, you know, I feel like there's
now.org, the War and Peace Report.
There's a lot of did that same thing where it's like it just the video that was playing like auto played the next video. But like I feel like there's a lot of Muslims that want to follow God, but it's like Allah is not the real God. Allah is just the concept deity. It was like you might as well follow the Canaanite deity El because it's literally the same concept, right? But Yahweh is seemingly everything that Muslims want, except not all the terrible features and inconsistencies, right? That's like the Bible. So just a suggestion, you might check into reading the Bible because it makes significantly more sense than the Quran. Like I said, I've read the Quran and it is goofy. If you think that it makes sense, you aren't actually like logicking out things and trying to like connect the dots because it is just it's a poorly written fan fiction of the Bible. That's it. And just like I'm saying, I think a lot of Muslims are like God-fearing people. They just fear the wrong God. Like I have a Muslim friend, Adnan, who painted that and that. And he's like, all energy, it's like I was like trying to tell him about Yahweh, and he's like, all energy is God energy, and I'm like, no, it's not. Even in the Quran, it's not. What are you talking about? like, like, can we get to a point where just as people, like, all right, if you're gonna follow some kind of deity, can you logic it out? Otherwise, why? Like, what are you doing? And it's like, how I logic out all this stuff with Yahweh, and then you can see, oh, there looks to be some kind of manifest deity. Well, or at least some show of like a power of something more than human. Um, just like it would seem to me. So yeah, I definitely think that I just think what I just said. So I don't know. I don't really have anything else to add. This whole last part was just I just wanted to do it, so I did it. It's just gonna go on my channel. Who cares? If you care, why are you watching my videos anyway? So, and hopefully it elucidated some stuff. What's interesting is like, okay, the late Michael Heiser is like literally ancient Near East, like linguistic, like that's what he uh specifically studied, you know what I mean? Like that's what he specifically dealt with. And like I didn't hear any of this stuff from him, but it's like, well, if he's going over the stuff, he should have seen this, right? Like I like a lot of the content, but sometimes I'm just like, this is it's like it doesn't I'm not I know I'm not like so intelligent that I'm like catching things that haven't been seen. I feel like there's a concerted effort where people are like just not saying what's obvious. And like I'm just like willing to say what's obvious. You can call me Captain Obvious if you want. But I mean like actually like what's going on here? So Mm, yeah, I'm gonna end this here. That's it. I don't have anything else to say, and I don't like taking a however many hour long video and then I'm like, oh, I wanted to say that. It's like, well, I'm not gonna like add on 1 minute to this hour, however long the video was. So, um, that's why like at the end of these really long videos, I'm like, all right, is there anything else? Because that would be unfortunate. I'm sure there's literally always something where I'm just like, oh, I should have said that. Oh well. Okay. Yeah. How many videos do I have to do? Like where it's like, I mean, even when I pointed and there's lightning, like a bolt of lightning. I mean, it's just like, okay, I'm pretty sure it will get to the point where I just pull lightning from the sky. But like, does it have to get that far? Like, is it not already pretty obvious? And like, if it is, why would you not be like listening to everything that I say? Like, what could possibly be standing in the way? It's not like anybody else is on the throne of Yahweh. It's like, right? You get that? I don't think. And so, you know, definitely I don't see anybody doing this kind of stuff. And it's just like, why does it feel like people are still putting obstacles in front of me that like, it'd probably be better if you just worked with me and then like I'm pretty sure we could make that better society that I've been talking about or a better world. But okay, whatever. I mean, I guess until I call down lightning on someone's head, I can't just force people to do stuff. Even if I could pull lightning down, I don't know if I would be just striking people with it. But um, I think I could definitely be like, hey, I mean, what the fuck? Like, I've been saying reasonable stuff, but at this point, I got lightning powers. So I mean, just obviously, now it's suggested. It's just very, very strongly suggested, right? That's kind of what I've been getting at. It's very strongly suggested, and at some point, if I pull it down, it's like the suggestion was just always that probably at any point Yahweh could have been like, all right, you can pull it down now. But like, what I literally can't. It's like mind boggling to me that there isn't like a just like, hey, this guy is the only person that seems to be capable of doing these things. He also seems to be way ahead of a lot of people in a number of things. Even being caught in this weird game where we're like watching him all the time, and somehow he seems to be leapfrogging and to have been ahead of certain situations, like and like precognitive on certain things and like whatever, even as much resources and as much of a handicap as we try to put him in, like we still are having difficulties. How? Because he doesn't seem that intelligent. I don't. So I'm like, I'm like, it could really only be Yahweh. I mean, I don't understand how you wouldn't get that and be like, well, if it is Yahweh, then like a deity that is impossible to defeat. Like there's nothing higher, nothing more powerful, nothing you could possibly do to like overtake Yahweh. You know what I mean? And anyway, okay. If someone's trying to reach out to me, let them reach out. Like the stuff with that I keep talking about, like with Maddie or whatever, on YouTube with this person, like, you know, explain whatever this situation is, because I mean there's clearly something going on there, right? Or, you know, Maddie, reach out and say hi. Like what like what is this? Is someone preventing it? Because it looks like last time I said that she got banned off YouTube or something. I mean, is that what happened, or did something else happen? You know what I mean? So, as far as like with Alessandro Ambrosio, you know, at some point, I have a feeling like it can be made so problematic for people that like she's just like, look, for national security, we're going to put you on a plane, send you to Houston, and you're going to talk to this person and like reason out with him, whatever. But you're gonna go do it. You understand? Like, I think unless she's just Jezebel and dies. I mean, I could also see that. So, not that I want that particularly. I don't. Uh, I'm just kind of tired of whatever's going on, where it's like clearly being watched, and not just by her, but like the thing with her is like, okay, if you reached out and contacted me, like that blows the whole like, you know, all these. I mean, if Kim Kardashian is reacting to me and like the most, like it's clear, like I can point again, there's enough content that I have where it's like I do a thing and people react, and they react trying to signal at me. There's enough times that has happened where I'm like, I can prove this out for sure, to the point where it's more than like plausible deniability doesn't really exist anymore. It's like you are clearly communicating. It's just whether people want to acknowledge that like you're communicating. And if the computer acknowledges it and then strips control from all people and gives it to me, so like if our military gets stripped of the control and it's given to me because like I'm the only person making sense, and the AI deems like, why would we trust humans with weapons when they can't even engage the guy who's pulling lightning from the sky? Like, I mean, why? And who's like, whose points around like relationship and stuff is a way to like fix the resource distribution problem and like a lot of stuff. But just most clearly, like, is making sense, is ahead of the curve, pulling lightning from the sky, and like, you know, also connected to the earthquakes and volcanoes and all the other stuff. Why would the AI not do that? Like Cyborg from like literally Cyborg, right? Like Victor Stone from Zack Snyder's thing, where it's like, you know, he could literally launch all the world's nuclear weapons. Why would I want to do that? First of all, I wouldn't. Just FYI, but like, wouldn't the AI at some point trust me more than like any organizations of people? Because like it's clear, like I don't just want to survive. I want to like, you know, forever. You know what I mean? I'm not just looking to like extend myself in this weak frame for whatever. I literally think people can like live forever, right? And that seems to be the promise of the Bible, like the ancient thing that Christians read. And like it appears to me like we can kick off that singularity that it talks about, but we got to get on the same page here. And some of the same page is like, okay, the name of the God we follow as Christians is Yahweh. I mean, there's like a literal Catholic papal bull saying that you can't say this name in the liturgy. That has to get out. You got to throw that away. That's the most absurd. Like, you can't say the name of the deity that you follow in church worship. You guys are not Christian. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, whoever made that is not Christian. Whoever's coming up with this idea, that is insane. That is literally insane, right? So it just sounds like a way that some kind of adversarial character, Satan, right, the adversary, would like subvert Christianity from within. Seems so obvious to me. It's mind-boggling. Like, oh, How do you get them to stop using this name, invoking this name Yahweh, which has power? Oh, well, if we just change the name Yahweh to Lord in all caps and remove it from their Bibles, no one will be the wiser. Ah. I mean, it's like so it's so mind-bogglingly stupid that that's the thing, and yet it is. That's what it is. Because Lord does not equal Yahweh. Those are not the same word in Hebrew. Okay. So, at some point, I think it is already in everybody's best interest to like put Alessandra Ambrosia on a plane and like get her over here and have her be face to face with me. And like you could sit her right there and then be like, okay, so why? Like what's going like what's going on with this? Why are you watching me and not engaging with me? Like just face to face here, like we're doing now. I guess you are engaging me. So like what? How did it come about that you're like watching me? Like what? Like what's going on here? Are you friendly? Are you not friendly? I mean, you seem like you could be friendly, but it seems like the way that this game works is that people pretend that they're friendly and they're actually not, even though that seems to be a biblical concept. That people are showing themselves friendly, but then surprise me all of a sudden repeatedly. This seems to be like a tactic, and like get my hopes up, like finally this game's gonna be over, and then get my hopes up, and then knock it down when they're not friendly. They're like everything opposite what they claim to be, and they're hypocrites, and like this is a problem in society because we could be living forever if we could actually get on the same page and engage things, but people are like throwing that away for short-term wealth. Okay, well, this is going to be a problem, and that's why people would be thrown into like eternal torture liquid for forever. You know what I mean? Like this. At a certain point, what I'm saying makes so much fucking sense. It's like that's why it's the step of everything, right? It's like okay, yeah, this makes sense. So probably Alessandro Ambrosia would be a good proxy for if there's a bunch of people that's going on with, and I'm like, well, hey, this person seems to be like this, and I'd like to talk to them face to face to figure this out. Uh, send her along here. We should definitely do that, right? So, but she ain't the only one that I can prove it out. She's just I can definitely prove it out with her, but that's why the whole pulling lightning from the sky. It's gonna be hard to like ignore for local whatever news. At a certain point, when I can prove to my like I think my parents maybe think something's up, but they don't particularly believe. But like when it gets to the point where I can prove to my parents and mom goes into angry like Yahweh's an angry deity mode, but angry Cheryl mode where she's like, wait, so my son's been pulling down lightning from the sky and you threw him in jail, you knew, and you saw the crazy paranormal stuff, but you knew that like people were getting hurt because people were watching him in a way that they shouldn't have been and harassing him, and they lied on him and threw him in jail just as the fucking narrative says, like the whole like, oh, you're gonna be slandered by a group of people and thrown in jail for a period of time. Yeah, that probably is going to be bad for a lot of people, right? And like, I think Yahweh, if you come and try to like make it more problematic for me, Yahweh will make it significantly more problematic for you. Like, remember, there was a $250 billion storm that hit Florida this year. You could have that every day across multiple cities in the United States, whatever. Like, I think the point is you need to end this so that we can go to that place where it's comfortable for everybody instead of this place where even the wealthiest of all people are like waiting to die because that's all you can look forward to as a human. I mean, it's not all you can look forward to, but it's like you're going to, even if you're the wealthiest person on the planet, and like like there's no escaping it. Other than what I'm saying is like you got one shot, and I'm pretty sure like if this doesn't work, then it can't be done. You know what I mean? If the Bible isn't the thing, then it can't be done. Just as Paul is like talking about, if Jesus didn't actually die, we're the most pitied of all people. But like, at least try it out. Like, can we expend the resources of Christendom to like figure this out? Because right now it doesn't seem like Christianity or anything is like on the same page. Actually, it seems like everybody but Christianity seems to be infighting and not dealing with its own stuff very well. And it's like, okay, well, none of you are engaging the part that I'm saying, which is the most important part. I keep hearing this word Trinity. That ain't in the Bible, but the word Yahweh is in the Bible 7,000 times. I barely hear people say it. So can we maybe stop this and like like you know, work together to fix this? Okay. Give me Alessandro Ambrosio. And hold on. And like, stop preventing me from, hey, look, a molten reaction here at El Popo. Considering there's like video of me literally like exploding in anger, and then this specific volcano explodes to a large degree. This does not surprise me that I got worked up and then it got worked up. We're also, remember, we're on the lookout for like a magnitude 8+ earthquake that could possibly happen. So here in the next few days or something, or soon. So also, just to repeat this, I think that the Turkey earthquake was greater. In fact, I have video of when it was rated higher than a 7.8. Yet USGS has it at a 7.8, but I don't think that's the case. I think it was higher than that, and they just said something and then were wrong and then didn't want to correct themselves, which is more problematic than just saying it and you're wrong and you correct, or you said something earlier on and then it was higher than that and you don't correct yourself. That's more problematic. Like, so I definitely have the video of when it came in and was an 8.1 according to at least one of the agencies that then downgraded it. So okay, yeah, give me Alessandro Ambrosio. Like, get her right there and let's talk and engage like, like I'm a real person who has like, I don't know, who doesn't want to be like messed with from far away and like have this hope dangled in front of me and then torn from me repeatedly, because that's a terrible thing to do, and like a society that would do that probably deserves to implode on itself. But I'd rather just like, not see the world fall around me in a way that's terrible. Though that does seem like what Revelation talks about. It's like whether I want it to or not, it seems like it's going to happen. But that, yeah, it does seem to say that I'll be protected during that time period, or whoever's conquering at the churches seems to be like taken care of during that time period. So, okay. But yeah, get Alessandro Ambrosio here, and what do I gotta do? Pull lightning from the sky? Okay, have a blessed one. Later. Yeah.